might have listened to a thought was fact. At the trainings for $1 or a wine or side. So watch them chop it up to make it feel the groove. Watch them chop it up to make it musical just loose. You wanna step into the party and jive. What's going on, man? The freestyle official, dude. Check that out and make sure it sound right, boy. What's going on, man? The freestyle official, dude. Check that out and make sure it sound right, boy.
Club Finals, proudly brought to you by Konami in partnership with AC Milan, the Football Championship 2026 AC Milan Finals. Today, four finalists from around the globe will go head-to-head, each aiming to claim the prestigious trophy. But more than just a silverware, they're competing for something even bigger, a golden ticket to represent the Rossoneri at the World Finals. So we have an incredible day with a lot of matches ahead, with some of the best players in the football scene. And without further ado, let's kick off the AC Milan Club Event Finals. Let me introduce myself. I am Anna Maria Baccaro, your host for today's Action-Packed Finals, and I am excited to guide you through the competition. Of course, I'm not alone because I'm joined by two fantastic analysts who know this competition inside out. With me are the legendary Harry Shannon. Hi, Harry.
Hello, hi.
And the one and only Stuart Wesley.
Good to see you, Anna.
How are you guys doing?
Yeah, doing really well, Anna. Thank you so much for joining us here. It's fantastic to be back in the studio. Time to kick off another year of eFootball Championship action, and we've drafted in some Italian flair on the ring, if you will. So yeah, it's great to have you here.
Yeah, as the old saying goes, Harry, it's the most wonderful time of the year. It is the kick-off of the 25-26 season within these club final events. Of course, AC Milan kicking us off here wonderfully.
What a pronunciation, Wes. Amazing.
Wait.
Thank you, guys. I have with me the tournament director, Jordi Orteu. How are you, Jordi?
Hello. Thank you. I'm fine. Thank you. Thank you for having me here. So it's a pleasure.
Jordi, this is the first big moment of the 2026 season. Have there been any key adjustments compared to last year?
Yeah, we are implementing several changes. So now we are focusing on the local community. So that's why we are bringing new talent to the desk, and also we implement the cross-platform system. So I think with this we are improving how the players of console and PC, Xbox, PlayStation are playing together. So yeah, and also we are preparing for the next future events to have more players than 8. So it has more chances to the fans at home to qualify for the finals.
That's great to hear because Adrenaline is working with Konami for several years to helping on shaping a football competitive scene. Is this partnership influence the tournament structure and the overall growth of the ecosystem?
Yeah, we have been working already like 9 years with Konami. So we every year trying to improve and for the fans the game, the competition structure, how the game is for the players. We are checking all the forums and feedbacks from the players and from the fans. So that's very important for Konami and for us, of course. So I think our partnership is good for the game, and I think we are in a good way.
And speaking of taking things to the next level, this is the first major final of the Football Championship 2026. What set this event apart, and what can fans expect from the rest of the season?
Well, this is the first event, so this is the starting point for the club events. No, I think it's a good series of tournament and a good chance for all the players to come there. So I think the most important thing for me when I was a player, because before I was a player, so I always wanted to take a look what the professionals or what the best players were doing, the tactics, how they change things in the game. So our streamings and our tournaments are focusing on showing the people that at home what they are doing. So what the tactics using, depending on the moment of the game. So what cards are they using. So maybe you can use mid defender that they put in as a forward. So this is like tricks that you cannot see at home, so you have the chance of the club
Right,
events.
right. Thank you, Jordi. Thank you for your time. Guys,
welcome.
are you ready? Because now we will take a quick look to the competition format. The road to today's finals began this year on October 23rd with round 1, kicking off a week of intense matchups from there November, so 4 thrilling rounds featuring top-tier competition from across the globe. These rounds were divided into 4 key regions: Eastern Asia, Oceania and other areas, Western Asia, Europe and Africa, Americas. The winners from each of these regions have earned their spot here today. By the end of this event, guys, we will have crowned the players who will go on to represent AC Milan at the World Finals. The AC Milan Finals feature a group stage on each platform, playing in a single round-robin format with 3 points for a win, 1 for a tie and 0 for a loss. The top 2 players from each group advance to the grand finals. All matches, including the grand finals, are single game encounters. In case of a tie after 90 minutes in the grand finals, there will be extra time and, if needed, a penalty shootout. So, with this format now well established, what are your expectations, guys?
Yeah, we've had a very similar format over the last couple of seasons, Anna, and whereas honestly it seems to be the players that are the most experienced in this tend to come out knowing what to expect. Sounds very obvious, but in the heat of battle it can be really the difference between winning and losing.
Yeah, absolutely. We've seen a couple of kind of almost repeat offenders, if you will, of coming back into events that have been able to qualify for it. They get, as you said, they get that kind of almost match experience. They know what these rounds look like. They know what a club regional qualifier looks like. More importantly, they know what a club finals looks like as well. So I think that valuable experience might just pay dividends.
Harry Weds, you know I'm Italian, so I have an important question for you. What's your Italian favorite dish?
Yeah, again, you said yesterday lasagna after I had answered calzone. So I'm going to have to stick with calzone. But
wow,
lasagna is one of my favorites as well.
Good choice.
Yeah, my one is I've got to go with the blatant comfort food choice, which is a nice big pepperoni pizza.
Pepperoni pizza, wow. My favorite dish is lasagna too, but the Italian cuisine has a lot of dishes that are amazing, of course. So now, with all that being said, let's meet our finalists. Guys, I want a comment from you about them. So now I'll introduce the first finalist, Takeman from Japan, Eastern Asia and Oceania and other areas regional winner.
Yeah, the man from Japan, a real, we're going to use this term a lot, hotbed for eFootball talent, the home of eFootball, winning 11 pairs. However you may know it, this nation just seems to churn out world champions. Here we are, first club event finals of the season. We have, no shock, a Japanese representative. Takeman will have a big set of shoes to fill with previous Japanese world champions. We'll see if he can join them later on this season. It starts here though.
Thanks, Harry. It's important to say that we are introducing the finalists for the console platform. The second finalist is Irfan Playstyle from Iran, Western Asia regional winner.
Yeah, I mean, you speak about players and you talk about regions. You know, we spoke about East or Southeast Asia. Western Asia has their own fandom as well. There's a hotbed of eFootball talent. You think of Iran, you think of the likes of Hassan Pajani, a former world champion. This, however, one of his international colleagues at national team level in Irfan Playstyle. Again, 24 years old. It's kind of almost that sweet spot, really, for eFootball experience. You're not quite too young. You're not quite too old. You're just in the right place. And he may just be able to bring that to full today.
Thank you, Weds. The third finalist is Zilo from Poland, Europe and Africa regional winner.
Let me tell you, I'm really, really glad, Anna, that this is not a live event, because this man is, although 19 years of age, taller than everyone here. He's about 6'4". I don't know what is in that family's blood, but they just churn out really, really tall people and humans in that family. I mean, 19 years of age. 2 years ago, at the age of 17, he was just one game away from becoming world champion. He was runner-up of the eFootball Championship in 2023. So despite last weekend having success on national duty with Poland, he'll be chasing a tournament and a competition that has eluded him for a couple of years now.
Great. And the first finalist is Futisi 10 from Brazil, America's regional winner.
Yeah, I mean, this for me, Harry, in this pool of 4 console players is the X factor for me. Brazilian champion, former eFootball Championship Open world champion around about 3 years ago, has won club events, knows and has that experience, certainly has the drive to go again. We've seen him in many different iterations. And of course, the Brazilians, in terms of their Hall of Famers who they've got, the likes of Henriquinho, the likes of Guifera, there's so many, Jay Victor, there's so many names that you could rattle off. They are a passionate fandom when it comes to eFootball.
Thank you, guys. And now, following the results on round 4, we will have the following matchups in the group stage. Takeman versus Earth and Playstyle. Zilo versus Futisi 10. Takeman versus Zilo, Earth and Playstyle versus Futisi 10, Takeman versus Futisi 10, and Earth and Playstyle versus Zilo. Now, let me introduce the first finalist of the mobile platform. So, first of all, Lezilali from Morocco, Eastern Asia and Oceania and other areas regional winner.
Anna, I'm so jealous how effortlessly you're able to pronounce
pronunciation
his
of Zilali,
name.
right?
Zilali is going to trip me up.
There was a fight on the pronunciation last day.
But he's coming from Morocco. They're known for their eFootball mobile talents over there, the likes of Tienes, Yassine. I mean, again, it's one of those regions that just seems to churn out talent time and time again. The latest is the man who's qualified in front of you right now. I mean, he is the East Asia Oceania regional winner. That's a tough region to qualify from, Anna, so I'm expecting big things from this young Moroccan.
Great responsibility, so. And then the second finalist is Kutim Sakti from Indonesia, Western Asia regional winner. Wets.
Yeah, I mean, well, you talk about nations that are, powerful within esports. Indonesia seemingly are the ones at the top of many a esports tree, and certainly within eFootball Mobile, Sakti has that experience, has had really good showings in the past. And again, coming into this, 28 years old, has got that experience behind him. That could prove almost a bonus point in that group stage, so keep your eye on him.
Let's discover the third finalist, La Bobo 7 from Spain, Europe and Africa regional winner.
Yeah, just a short trip up the Mediterranean.
He has your heart.
I love his name, La Bobo. It's an adorable name. It doesn't exactly strike fear into the heart of the opponent. I think the 17-year-old, though, will be hoping his gameplay will do the talking for him. Like you say, so young. Would love to follow in the footsteps of the other great Spanish players we've had over the years, albeit on the console platform. Here he is on mobile, wanting to make a name for himself. Look out for this young man.
Thank you, Harry. And at the end, the first finalist from Brazil, Rentao, America's regional winner.
Yeah, you talk about the shark at the end of the pack here. Rentao has got every bit of form coming into this. A former world champion in 2024, has qualified as finalist in multiple events previously. He's got a lot of experience, a lot of real fighting experience at this level. Again, it's going to be a very difficult man to keep down in this category.
Oh, thank you, guys. And following the results on round 4, we will have the following matchup in the mobile platform group stage. Lezilali versus Kutim Sakti, La Bobo 7 versus Rentao, Lezilali versus La Bobo 7, Kutim Sakti versus Rentao, Lezilali versus Rentao, and Kutim Sakti versus La Bobo 7. And here's the schedule of the matches that we'll be fortunate to see on the main stage. Takeman versus Earth and Playstyle, Takeman versus Zilo, Takeman versus Futisi 10, Lezilali versus Kutim Sakti, Lezilali versus La Bobo 7, Lezilali versus Rentao, and of course, console grand final and mobile grand final. What can we expect from these pairings, guys?
There's so many really nice games in there. I'm looking forward to seeing how Zilo can take the main stage against Takeman in our match number 2 later on, Wes. But then also on the mobile platform, we see Rentao at the end. It was a bit of a slow year for him last year. I'm looking forward to seeing how those two in particular can retake the spotlight this year.
Yeah, it's all about bounce back ability for Rentao, and certainly that will bookend the games.
Ha segnato al 39esimo minuto numero 7. Invitiamo tutti i tifosi a dare il proprio contributo alla nostra fondazione per l'aiuto alle popolazioni più povere. L'affluenza di quest'oggi è di 80.607 spettatori. Sostituzione per il Milan. Numero 5, numero 11, numero 18, numero 12. Lasciano il campo per il numero 46, il numero 14, Modric, il numero 56, il numero 9. Attenzione, un cambio. Per il Milan, assegnato all'81esimo minuto, numero 10. Sostituzione per il Milan. Numero 4. Lascia il campo per il numero 19. Cambio di giocatori. Ci saranno 3 minuti di recupero. Il proprietario dell'auto blu parcheggiata davanti ai cancelli è invitato a spostarla, altrimenti sarà rimossa.
chop it up and make it feel the groove. Watch them chop it up and make the music just loose. We wanna step into the party and jive. What's going on, man? The freestyle official, dude. Check that out and make sure it sound right, boy.
minuto, numero 11.
minutes.
Il quarto uomo indica 2 minuti di recupero. Facciamo gli auguri a tutti i tifosi che oggi festeggiano l'anniversario di matrimonio e che riceveranno un gentile omaggio. L'affluenza di quest'oggi è di 80.113 spettatori. Sostituzione per il Milan. Numero 56, numero 11, numero 4, numero 18, numero 33. Lasciano il campo per il numero 25, il numero 7, il numero 8, il numero 14, Modric, il numero 2. Attenzione, una sostituzione. Ci saranno 3 minuti di recupero. Signore e signori, vi invitiamo a bere in modo responsabile. Chiunque si renda protagonista di comportamenti inappropriati sarà immediatamente allontanato.
Might have listened to a thought was fact. Jamie's or a dollar or a wine or side. So watch him chop it up to make it feel the groove. Watch him chop it up to make it musical just loose. We wanna step into the party and jive. What's going on, man? The freestyle official dude. Check that out and make sure it sound right, boy. Watch them chop it up and make it feel the groove. Watch them chop it up and make the music will just lose. We wanna step into the party and jive. What's going on, man? The freestyle official, dude. Check that out and make sure it sound right, boy.
Per il Milan ha segnato al quinto minuto numero 10. per il Milan. Ha segnato al 18° minuto numero 18. Per il Milan ha segnato al 40° minuto numero 10. Ha segnato al 43° minuto numero 10. Ci saranno 3 minuti di recupero. Per il Milan, numero 10. Signore e signori, vi ricordiamo che per la vostra sicurezza è in funzione un sistema di telecamere. L'affluenza di quest'oggi è di 80.953 spettatori. Segnato al 64esimo minuto, numero 11. Sostituzione per il Milan. Numero 56, numero 18, numero 4. Lasciano il campo per il numero 7, il numero 14, Modric, il numero 8. Attenzione, una sostituzione. Segnato al 68esimo minuto, numero 14, Modric! 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 Sostituzione per il Milan. Numero 11, numero 46. Lasciano il campo per il numero 19, il numero 31. Cambio di giocatori. segnato all'88esimo minuto, numero 7. Attenzione, un cambio. Per il Milan ha segnato al 90esimo minuto, numero 56. Signore e signori, attenzione, il papà del bambino che indossa un marsupio nero e blu contatti subito il più vicino membro dello staff.
Number 10, Rafael Leão. Rafael Leão. Rafael Leão. The goal scorer for Milan after 45 minutes is number 10, Rafael Leão. Rafael Leão. Rafael Leão.
A quick reminder today that smoking is only allowed in areas shown on this map. Thank you for your cooperation.
Substitution for Milan, number 14, Modric. Coming on to replace him is number 8, Loftus-Cheek. The goal scorer for Milan after 60 minutes is number 10, Rafael Leão. Rafael Leão. Rafael Leão.
There will be 1 minute added time.
Hello everybody, and this is a quick reminder to let you know that you'll be able to catch today's match broadcast live on our club's FM station.
chop it up and make it feel the groove. Watch them chop it up and make it musical just loose. We wanna step into the party and jive. What's going on, man? The freestyle official dude. Check that out and make sure it sound right, boy.
The goal scorer for Milan after 44 minutes is number 7, Rafael. There will be 1 minute added time.
Hello attendees, this is a lost children's announcement. Would the father of a boy in a blue hat kindly make his way to the information center?
The attendance for this match was 80,314. Substitution for Milan. Number 9, Pulisic. Number 10, Nkunku. Number 4, number 11, Rabiot. Number 8, Modric. Coming on the field, number 14, Pervis Estupiñán. Number 15, Alexis Salamakers. Number 20, Gabbia. Number 17, Loftus-Cheek. Number 8. The goal scorer for Milan after 79 minutes is number 7, Two added minutes has been indicated. The goal scorer for Milan, number 14, Estupiñán. Estupiñán. Estupiñán.
Please turn your attention to the screen for information provided by the local police.
What's going on, man? The freestyle official, dude. Check that out and make sure it sound right, boy.
The goal scorer for Milan after 6 minutes is number 10, Rebellion.
We are glad to inform you that today's match day programs are available from stands located by the gates. I'm sure they will make fine souvenirs. Substitutions taking place.
The goal scorer for Milan after 54 minutes is Number 56, Alexis Salamaker. The attendance for this match was 80,314. Substitution for Milan, number 10, Nkunku. Number 9, Pulisic. Number 11, Rabiot. Number 8, Modric. Number 6, coming on the field, number... The goal scorer for Milan after 79 minutes is number 12.
4 added minutes has been indicated. A quick reminder today that smoking is only allowed in areas shown on this map. Thank you for your cooperation.
Rabiot. Pulisic has broken the lines here, but that is Manyan down smartly. The Milan captain called into action. I tell you who will be watching this with intrigue, whereas it will be Sakti and Lobobo, whomever comes out on top in that other match will know that they have a fighting chance. Really nice run of Rabiot here. His touch lets him down at the vital moment.
It does, but again, the game in truth is pretty much done and dusted. Outside of maybe an additional consolation from Jalali.
May well be as Pulisic tries to run down the channel there, but you can see it's just ticked over to the 93rd minute. And I don't think the referee will entertain many more chances. It will end Rentao 4, Jalali 1. And despite him being eliminated, Rentao goes out swinging, proving to the world that he still has what it takes to take down some of the heavy hitters at this stage of the competition. Just got going a little bit too late on in the grand scheme of the AC Milan group stages, though, and we will say goodbye to him here. We wait and see, Wes, who will be facing off against Jalali a little bit later on in the final.
Yeah, I mean, overall, the performance that we saw here was Rentao bold, you know, to put it in a box, so to speak. It was the performance that we expected of him, or the level that we saw of him. He had a really well taken goal to give himself a goal lead. Again, the kind of almost the story for him at the end of this will be, that's what you and your fans will want to see from you going forward. That's the version of you, not the version that succumbed to 2 defeats. We want to see this Rentao. We want to see this fire-breathing dragon come to the fore.
Must be really difficult for him psychologically to watch his countrymen have such success elsewhere, both in international competition as well as domestic competition. We saw Juninho 152 days ago to the day become mobile world champion, and of course has gone on to do great things since then. It must be so difficult for him to continue to chase those old dreams, I suppose.
Yeah, I mean, you know, in terms of Brazil, in terms of their esports athletes, they're well known. We know the likes of Guifera, we know the likes of Henriquinho, we know the Juninho, we know those players. We know Rentao, in all fairness. It's just unfortunate that he's not been able to match what he felt was going to be his level coming into this today. And instead, it's kind of just fell by the wayside with a bit of a whimper. But like I say, a 4-1 victory, fantastic for him to at least see off and just have a bit of something to carry through.
There is the 4th of his 4 goals scored, but we say goodbye to him here. Rentao wins against Jalali 4-1, but we have to say goodbye to the 2024 world champion here in the group stages, Anna, as his tournament is over.
Yes, I was watching on the screen because I love how players celebrate their goals. So I was watching the highlights, but I just want to add something. The match that we witnessed just now was between the champion and the newcomer. Maybe one of the most fascinating things of the tournament, no?
Yeah, definitely. Almost a changing of the guard, dare I say. I mean, there's not too much age difference between the two, but in terms of the accolades, it's definitely that feather in the cap of that World Championship win. As we said before, it's been such a long time since Rentao won 2-0 against Gu in the final of the 2024 World Finals in Ginza. It's difficult for him to recapture that old glory.
Yeah, and that's the key bit is can you pick yourself up, can you go again? And you know, as a defeat, or at least being eliminated in the group stage here, can you pick yourself up and go again to future club events? I'm sure, you know, as an esports fan, I'm sure he will look to try and go again. I won't be surprised if you see him on future club events, but for this one, he's out of the running.
Let's look at the standings, guys, because we have to discuss about this first part of finals before the grand finals, of course.
Wow, there we go. That's must be confirmation that Labobo did end the game against Sakti with a win. And in actual fact, thanks to that heavy defeat we just saw to Jalali, Labobo will finish top. Now, topping the group doesn't really do anything to change how things operate in the final. We already knew Jalali was there, but psychologically, and that's a big part of this game, it will do Labobo, the 17-year-old from Spain, a world of good.
Absolutely. If your objective was simply to come and play, that's what his BT, that's what his interview said. He's like, look, I'm 17 years old, I just want to come and play. You've come just to play, but you've also found yourself at the top of the group, which should give you every bit of confidence coming into the final.
Yeah, is he here to take part or is he here to take over? That's what we'll find out a little bit later on.
Yes, Harry, and so we are close to the first grand final of the day for the console category. So we will announce the finalists.
Yeah, absolutely. It's been a while since we've seen the group stage play across console, but in the end, we can see how they got here. Futisi and Zilo are the two survivors of that absolute gauntlet down there in the group stage of console, whereas and they now are about to play out an amazing, no doubt amazing final for the chance to represent the Rossoneri.
Yeah, I mean, you know, as Futisi mentioned before, he's had his run-ins with Zilo once upon a time or two, and, you know, again, that's a slightly different format. When you're mano-a-mano, it's a little bit different when it's heads-up eFootball. And of course, you know, one game shootout, it can go to extra time, it can go to dreaded penalties. I hate to bring that up because a lot of what we said today is magically manifested. I don't like to bring it up, but it could go that far. And I think between these two, it might just.
You are not surprised about the ranking, no?
I may be surprised that Zilo wasn't further up, but I anticipated maybe these two. I know I said Takiman earlier, but to be honest, Zilo, Futisi, the two that the names that when I see them, I think these guys have been here before. I've seen them play finals, I've seen them go deep in tournaments. I kind of expect them to get to this point, so maybe not a massive surprise, but I always like to see upsets in these club events, Anna, and we haven't seen too many so far, aside from the mobile side.
If you have to choose one emotion to describe today's finals,
passion, is that an emotion? I don't think it is it? Intensity.
Intensity.
Yeah. I don't think that's an emotion either, but I've given two wrong answers now. I've got to stick with one of them.
I think I would say my one is, at least for mobile, is confusion. That's my emotion. I'm slightly confused because the two players you would have, on paper, expected to make the final are in third and fourth. You've got two relatively brand new kind of stars for Morocco and for Spain. You know, I know you mentioned in commentary that, you know, European eFootball mobile players, they're a relatively short supply, a little bit like the magical unicorn you can't catch. I'm very surprised to see them, and I think on the other side of it, it's just like you said, it's going to be passion, it's going to be carnage, it's going to be chaos. And I'm very excited is my emotion for the
maybe
side.
yes, maybe yes. So guys, let's look together. Anyone time to the standings to announce the grand final, the first grand final of the day for the console category. Just look at the standings. Okay. Here we are. So for the console grand finals, we will see the match between Futisi 10 and Zilo.
Yes, thank you very much, Anna. It's a real honour to be here to kick off the eFootball Championship 2026 season. We are moments away from kickoff, Wes, in the console grand final. We're about to send one player to the eFootball World Finals in 2026.
Oh, there's nothing to separate them either. In terms of expectation, there is absolutely nothing to separate these two, but settle in, folks. This is going to be a good one.
Indeed, and they're going at each other straight away. It's Futisi. He wants to do his best to score first. Jimenez almost being the one to open the scoring here in the first 5 minutes of the game. He's won himself a corner here, Futisi. He has really done himself proud in the group stages. He has bested everyone thus far. It'll be another corner as well following the opening play here. As for Zilo, he's had dices with death at times in this group. Has to defend the corner early on towards Jimenez. And Futisi with the Modric strike will force that save. It's really, really nice opening passages of play here by the Brazilian Futisi. And Zilo, he's well and truly on the ropes. And he's giving the ball away, is he, in his own half. Finally, it's cleared.
Sometimes, Harry, you've just got to do the basics. Get it clear of that 18-yard box. Get it clear of the opportunities for your opponent to do damage.
Leao into the box. Pavlovic that time is able to get things away. And now Zilo in that changed strip with the red cursor. Zilo of Poland by way of Glasgow, Scotland. Would be one heck of a week he's had if he's able to win this one.
Tell you what, a good as an all-timer of eSport weeks, winning an event alongside your brother and then coming to represent AC Milan, it would be a very, very good week in the Zilo household.
It's a big relief as well when you're one of the first competitors to cross the line, book your place at the World Finals. You can put your feet up for the rest of the season. That's what both of these men are challenging and fighting for and tussling for. Fatizi's not giving this one up just yet. There's Pulisic, and there's the first goal. He was asking the question time and time again, and the pressure is rewarded. Fatizi is up 1-0 here in the final.
Advantage Brazil. What, and again, we talk about moments and about being cold in those moments. Watch this passage of play again here. If I said to you, Harry, when this ball comes back to Rafael, what are you going to do? You're probably going to spam a shoot button. No. Instead, smart enough to check that right-hand side. It's a great angle here. Defender gets drawn in, left brilliantly unattended for foot easy. And it is advantage to him. He's 1 goal ahead already in this console grand final.
Fatizi 1, Zilo 0. He's well and truly woken up in this console final. I think he's about 4 hours behind the time in Milan at this moment, Fatizi, but he is awake, he's alive, he's kicking. And Zilo has been quelled every time he's tried to venture forward. He's been pinned back in his own half in the opening 20 minutes. Perhaps just needs to relax and know the game will come to him here eventually, Wes. And right on cue, Nkunku down that far side. Who can he find in the middle? There's 2 white shirts at the far post. Neither head is on it. And it's cleared away. First real attack of the game there for Zilo. Quickly followed by this one. Leao to Nkunku. Jimenez, which way will he go? Tomori sent the wrong way, but he has help, and it's cleared by Fatizi.
Good defensive work there by the Brazilian. And just allowing himself to get turned, but gave him the opportunity to get that additional defender in instead. Got possession of the ball back here.
He's already 1-0 to the good. The man who has won a club event finals previously. Has to defend here though, Pulisic. Nice super cancel there by Zilo into the box, double touch, trying to just make a bit of room for that strike. But beat Uzmakabil on penalties at the 2024 Barcelona club event, did Fatizi. It's been a long time since then. That was in February of 2024, almost 2 years ago. He's through here though. Rafael against Magnan. Took a little bit of time. Might come back to him here. Just rushed the second chance, Wes.
Yeah, it was a fortunate chance, but it was a big chance for Fatizi. Tried the drag back, tried to undo the manual goalkeeping of Zilo. We've seen so much of that over the years as it's been watching Zilo play at this level. Tried to unseat the manual goalkeeping. Didn't work on that occasion, but able to advance again here for Easy.
He's on thin ice, Zilo. Can't afford to concede another with half-time on the horizon. Santiago Jimenez for him. Manages to get it around the corner to Leao, but it's been a difficult game in the first half here for Zilo. Fertizi with, again, just sensing that half-time approaching, just wants to maintain possession here, probably thinking where's about the last attack of the half. But instead we'll try and go centrally. See how many minutes are added on here. The ball stayed in play a decent amount of time, so only 1 minute remaining here. Fertizi 1, Zilo 0. And Jimenez, he's venturing forward. Could be a second goal here at the end of the first half. As Leao was waiting, the ball does not reach him, and the first half of our grand finals ends. Fertizi 1, Zilo 0.
It's been tight, it's been cagey, it's been everything we would expect it to be from a console grand final between these two. Again, margins were very fine in that group stage game where Fertizi came out with a 2-1 victory.
If memory serves, Zilo went ahead in that game, and it was Fertizi who brought it back. So Zilo may be hoping for a mirror image maybe in this grand final, as we're just perusing some of the tactics here at half-time. Would we expect maybe any changes from either side?
Well, I think for Zilo, I think he's got to look at it, because the interesting stat line there was no shots at all from Zilo. Certainly going to have to change that one.
It's uncharacteristic from the 19-year-old Pole who kicks us off here in the second half. He is in the all-white AC Milan strip. The black and red for Fertizi, who, as things stand, would be crowned the AC Milan Club Event Champion for eFootball console. Zilo, though, starting to build now. He knows he has to chase this game. He would have been looking at that number 0 next to the shots in the first half, and that would have angered him. He knows he has to test the goalkeeper here. Really nice build up through the middle. Rabiot into the feet of Jimenez. Just trying to win a duel somewhere. Really patient here from Zilo, but Facil is able to win the ball back, and the referee's brought this one back for a late challenge. A yellow card shown.
Yeah, a little bit of desperation from Zilo there, just trying to get that ball back in transition. A little bit late to get in there, and she's picked up a booking as a result. And the place right into the hands of Fertizi, because, like you said, he can sit back, keep the ball, he can just starve the game out if he really wanted to, but knowing the Brazilian's flair, he'll want to finish with a flourish.
Bruno Mota da Silva, 24 years old, our America's winner, a Brazilian champion in the past as well, is about to go 2-0 up. He is 2 goals clear of his finals opponent, Zilo. And are we seeing Fertizi with 1 foot in the eFootball Championship finals next summer?
It's a very big step towards that goal. Again, sometimes when you are in these scenarios, when you're 1-0 ahead, you could sometimes almost bait your opponent onto just giving you too much time, giving you too much rhythm, allowing you to build up. And he just picked the right moment. Even with the manual goalkeeping shift from Zilo, wasn't enough to stop that strike from Leao. Fertizi, 2 goals to 0 ahead with, by my reckoning, around about 60 in-game minutes on the clock. And you can see their confirmation, 58th minute. It is going to need something massive from Zilo.
Indeed it will, and it doesn't seem to be coming his way. And this is somewhat uncharted territory for Fertizi in this competition. We'll see if Zilo can make something happen from this attack before I bring up the pass, and well, he does so. It's a thunderbolt from Leao. And Zilo just reminding us, first of all, that I shouldn't tell anecdotes about players, but second of all, that he's still alive here in this final.
Sometimes, Harry, as we said, it is sticking to the basics. See it again here. He has all the time in the world to take this strike. And sometimes it's just taking what the game presents to you. What position do you get into? What do you need to execute in that moment? You see there, he's got all the time in the world to pick his spot and to drive that one at the goalkeeper. And now it becomes an interesting little chess game between these two.
I was about to say Futisi is not used to plain sailing in the 2022 eFootball Championship. He was the winner of the Open. He beat Saif Al-Hakka on penalties in the final. And in that club event that we mentioned earlier, the 2024 Barcelona club event, he went all the way to penalties with Uz Makabil, winning 5-4 on penalties then. Clearly a glutton for punishment, Futisi, as he's conceded and made this last 25 in-game minutes a little bit more nervy than he would have liked.
Certainly touchy at this point, but might have an opportunity here. If he can get past the defender, he can't. But you're quite right. He's made a real rod for his own back here.
Can Zilo grow in confidence and really ask questions of the defence here, as there's a nice turn, is there? Futisi just surviving here. Zilo really starting to find his footing and find his form here in the final. Futisi just pinned back in his own half. Leao there trying to be a cat amongst pigeons. 15 minutes left, plus stoppages. As it stands, Futisi would be our champion. But Zilo does not want to go quietly. Here comes Futisi, trying to find, oh, that's risky. Leao waiting and lurking. Strong challenge will just delay the inevitable possession here of Zilo.
Yeah, with that clock ticking down, he's going to have to go to the well and find something here, Zilo, if he wants any shout of being in, taking this into the deep waters.
Rabiot, Rafa Leao, nice footwork, just waiting for him to pull the trigger. Might get a second chance here, but there's just a bit of indecisiveness, you feel, maybe, Wes, of Zilo in the final third.
Yeah, there was an opportunity there to play it down to Nkunku. Didn't utilise it. There is a pause in here, which means that we've got a little bit of something to maybe mull over here.
Yeah, we're no doubt going to see maybe caution thrown to the wind here for Zilo, because he is trailing. We're in the latter stages of the match. We'll no doubt see him go for glory.
I think so. I think we'll look at it, and I think there's certainly those changes in shape that are available to him. Certainly looks to be pushing out his defenders, come out a little bit more from the back, but see what he's up against.
Oh my goodness. Oh my goodness. It's a great wall.
I was going to say, Futisi has took out all the cement, put all the bricks together and gone, right, how do you want to try and get past me?
Best of luck to you. We are going to see some stalwart defending from Futisi. It's not pretty, but there's an art to it, you could argue, Wes. There is an art to defending like that.
Very much the dark arts, as it is, Harry. Yeah, you're quite right. You just want to make it as hard for your opponent as possible, especially when you know you are minutes or in-game minutes away from making and booking your ticket to a world final to represent AC Milan. But we've seen it before, though. You go defensive too early, or you go too defensive, you leave yourself open to players being able to really perform.
Let's see if Zilo can put on that performance. It's been a really gritty affair here in the grand final of our first club event finals of the season. And we're in for a blockbuster finish. Zilo's won the ball back. That's a really nice double touch, but the shot is blocked. No recycle opportunity either. There will be a corner. Who's the target? Looks like towards Jimenez. Can't win that header, but there is no way out here for Foot Easy. He is defending for his life. Full blue in the bottom right, fully defensive. Zilo still unbalanced, which is very interesting indeed. Perhaps not wanting to leave himself susceptible. Salemakers. Back to Ricci. Just going to be patient here. 89th minute, now 90th. That's a really nice cutting through the lines. Is Jimenez there for the header? It's a 90th minute equaliser. Zilo trusted his patience, Wes, and it's now Foot Easy 2, Zilo 2.
Zilo just whipped out the bulldozer and drove a truck right through that great wall that was built by Foot Easy 10. You saw the patience, you saw the work down that channel. It's a wonderful ball, and Jimenez again. Wonderful leap from him, right when he needed him. Zilo goes back to the well, back to the player that has dealt with him so well throughout these club finals so far, and we're now staring down the barrel of potentially extra time here, Harry. But interestingly, and this is my point for Foot Easy, you've now gone that defensive. How do you break out that shell?
We'll see the goal again here that keeps Zilo's dream alive for the Wonder Week, we'll put it that way. It could be, as you mentioned, an all-timer. Having won a competition last weekend for Poland, a real underdog story alongside his brother in the 2 versus 2 format. Here he is in 1 versus 1 against one of the best players in Brazil, Foot Easy, coming back to equalise in the 90th minute. Cinderella stuff, it's fairy tale stuff.
It is, especially when you saw how close it was to going the other way. You saw how close it was for Zilo to potentially, game ticks over. We've seen, goalkeepers come up with incredible saves, last-minute drama, all of those things. Instead, he found the right player at the right place at the right time. That is a skill that it's almost an intangible. Like, we speak about the items on the pitch, we speak about the things that happen in the game, but there's intangibles like mentality, personality, perseverance, patience, all of those things that wrap themselves up into what is an eFootball player. Certainly, Zilo showcased all of those and then some with that last-minute equaliser.
Full trust in his own ability, our Europe and Africa regional winner. That is going to set us up really nicely for more action still to come. And our youngest console player in the finals, by the way. Just throwing that in there. Full of experience, 19 years of age. And he has pulled out something miraculous to keep his dream of representing AC Milan alive. Zilo, take a bow as we enter the latter stages of the 90 minutes here. 4 minutes added on, so maybe one last attack here for either player in our final.
Maybe. Could there be even more drama? Ball goes long down the field, but I feel like we might be steering ourselves towards extra time, which again, if you've already spurned all of your substitutes, that in itself is a problem, because you can't put fresh legs on, you're not able to reinvent your team, but there's still time on the clock here, but negotiate back to the goalkeeper, and we are heading for extra time.
Certainly does look that way, doesn't it? Full-time whistle, Zilo 2, Foot Easy 2. Thanks to a 90th minute equaliser by Zilo, we are heading towards extra time. Wow, I mean, what an incredible 90 minutes we saw. It's only fitting in our first club event finals of the season, Wes, that we get ourselves a grandstand finish between two great competitors who've been fighting all day long. Yeah, I mean, in the group stage, it was a late goal that was the undoing of Zilo. Now it is the lifeline, if you will, of Zilo, is that he's able to get himself now into an extra time period. Again, what does that do to the psyche of Foot Easy?
Again, you're on the hill. You're near enough there, and with 8 minutes to go, you bank on. We jokingly said about building a wall. You've jokingly parked the bus, but then someone has just came along and just said, nope, not going to happen, not on my watch. And now you've got to come out of that mentality. You've also got to maybe put to bed the idea that you had this game sewn up. You very quickly you're going to have to readjust, and maybe a mental timeout. Even if you're making a pause that isn't quite a pause for game plan reasons, just having a minute just to compose yourself.
Well, perhaps that's what they're doing here, as 2 minutes of, or I should say 2 15-minute periods of extra time wait us after the conclusion of the stoppage at full time. And then if they're tied at the end of those 2 periods, Wes, we'll see a penalty shootout, which Foot Easy is no stranger to at all. Mentioned before, in 2024, beating us Maccabeal 5-4 on penalties. It was as close as you like there. Neither men were prepared to flinch or relinquish anything. No doubt we'll see that again if it gets there, but we're now underway. Extra time between Foot Easy and Zilo. Who will become the champion? Has to be one of the two. Foot Easy with some nice footwork attacking his right-hand goal in the first period of extra time.
Yeah, it's going to be a massive first period here between these two.
Oh, Foot Easy with the first chance! And the Brazilian scores first! It's the man who came from the depth of the benches, the 19-year-old Dutchman. Foot Easy will be singing his praises if he is able to see out this result.
Yeah, he might become his most famous Dutchman in Brazil after this one, because it's another massive goal from Balentien, I think we went with in the end, Balentien, but again, it's a massive goal for Foot Easy. Again, you've come out the traps, certainly looks like he's reset himself here.
Do we set up the wall again? That's what I'm wondering now. He's got himself another goal.
In the same way that we mentioned about Zilo when he made those changes in the first game that we saw way back in the early parts of today's broadcast. Made changes and then conceded 2 goals. Maybe he might learn his mistake here, Foot Easy. Maybe just go, well, you know what, I might just stick to my own game plan here. Instead of playing the occasion, I'm just going to play my natural game. I think sometimes you can get a little bit sucked into it with eFootball, is that you play the result that's in front of you and you're playing the player in front of you rather than playing just your natural game.
Well, there's confirmation. Foot Easy scoring the first goal in extra time. If it's the only goal, he will be the champion. It's as simple as that. What can Zilo do here? That is an eternal question. It's a cross from far away down the wing, can't find any of his teammates. Just like that, we're about 5 minutes away from the end of the first period. He's going to have to dig deep here, Zilo. He's had to before, but he will have to even still.
Yeah, I mean, this would be epic powers of recovery if he can somehow muster another equaliser.
He'll have possession here towards the end of the first period. Salamakers has been instrumental in this attack, and Leao's in the box. Salamakers is here as well, just trying to get past Pavlovic, but nothing doing. And the first period will end thanks to that early goal. Foot Easy is 15 in-game minutes away from being our champion.
He's been here before. He's been here before in regulation. He's got to learn those mistakes very quickly of what was his undoing, because Zilo will try and come again here. And if there's anything we know about eFootball, there is always one more opportunity. There is always one more option. There's always one more idea that these players can really go to.
Nice 1-2 here in the final. Zilo needs a goal. And Nkunku. This is Futisi on the ball. And the ball is trying to be forced over into the corner, exactly where you don't want it to be if you're a fan of Zilo. Over on the far side. 3, 4 white shirts to aim for in the box if there's a cross to come. Really nice defensive work by Futisi. Forcing Zilo all the way back. We saw a 90th minute goal just to force us to this point. Has Zilo got anything left in the tank here?
It's unfortunate his own players got in the way there.
Yeah, that's a really big shame because that will surrender possession over, or will it? I think that was Tamori stealing the ball back. Nice switch of the play as well. The touch is really heavy. It's a strong challenge. Oh, and that's a big mistake, but wow, that is very fortunate to have collided with the player. The referee has had a big question asked of him. Clearly says ball and man, no problem there, and I think we are just moments away, are we, from crowning the Milan champion? It is going to be a Brazilian club event finals winner. It is going to be Futisi 10, champion of AC Milan. He bests the 19-year-old Zilo 3-2 in what was a marathon of drama and ups and downs. But Wes, the day belongs to Bruno Mota da Silva, a Brazilian champion and now a Milan champion as well.
Yeah, I think on paper, I think given what we can look back on, undefeated for the day was a fitting champion for AC Milan to have represent them.
Yeah, we can look back over some of the goals that we saw in that really long final. Took just 15 minutes for Futisi to stamp his authority over Zilo. It was a really back and forth affair. It took extra time to separate them in the end. But credit to Zilo, he never gave up. Even when he was 2-0 down, only had 30 minutes to work with, thanks to that Leao goal for Futisi. But he brought it back, forced the extra time, thanks to the goals we'll see in a minute. It's a long season, isn't it, Wes? We'll no doubt be seeing Zilo again.
Oh, without doubt, I would assume that we will see him both in those club regional qualifiers for future club finals, and I would argue, would suggest probably to these club final events as well. Again, a real credit to, I would say, the European region. Of course, we know how valuable he is to Poland as a nation, but in terms of the European region, certainly saw how much love came out for him for that national success alongside of his brother. But again, just mentality monster. He just couldn't quite finish the job.
Yeah, there was that goal, that header at the front post, that forced extra time, but 5 minutes in, not even that, 4 minutes. There is the goal that crowned Futisi the champion. If my maths and time zone knowledge is correct, it's around about midday in Brazil at this moment in time, so perhaps a celebratory lunch on the card for Futisi, but there's confirmation. It is Futisi 10, your console champion of AC Milan. What a final. Congratulations to him. Unbelievable action there.
Yes, yes. So what's your favorite goal of the match, guys?
Oh, it's got to be that one in extra time, surely, Wes.
I think, yeah, we love a match winner. And again, it was more so it was the quickness in how they took hold of that extra time period. Once that goal goes in, completely resets that extra time period.
So, guys, Futisi won the prestigious trophy on our side, but also a golden ticket to represent the Rossoneri at the World Finals. Wow!
It's a big responsibility.
Of
when
course.
you hear these players in the pre-match interview, you hear them say it's an honour to represent a club with 120 years of history. Now you have to do it on the world stage. Obviously everyone was watching them here, but at the World Finals in the summer, it's 10 times the amount of scrutiny, so you'll be under the microscope there, Wes. It's the pressure gets ramped up to 11.
Yeah, absolutely. And again, you talk about, you know, the former players that have represented AC Milan. You know, there's notable Brazilians. You think of Dida, the goalkeeper. You think of Cafu, one of the greatest right-backs ever. We spoke at length already about Ronaldinho. And now, for easy, Kaká, of course. How can I forget Kaká? I'll be had a go at by my elder brother when I get home.
Yesterday we remember a lot of players, a lot of legends of AC Milan's history.
And
wow.
But now, for easy, he's able to go and virtually replicate that success. He's able to then go, do you know what? I represent AC Milan. And he can wear that badge with honour.
Would you choose Futisi as the winner when we did the prediction before?
I believe I jumped on a Brazilian double, so I'm going to take 50% of the plaudits. I will not take the 100% because I didn't get the mobile one right, but I will claim the console one.
I'm the loser. It's fine.
Yes, because you chose 0, right?
I did. But
don't worry.
It's fine. It's a long season, Anna. Okay?
Oh,
I'll have my
we
chance.
have time. We have a lot of time. You have to know that these two persons brought the England weather with them here.
Sorry.
Yeah, sorry, and apologies if you've heard me sniffing. I've also developed the English cold as well, so yeah, no, it's we definitely brought the weather with us to Barcelona.
We are in Spain and it's raining. Wow,
yeah.
Thanks to you guys.
Sorry,
really.
Sorry everyone.
So guys, I want to just take a look to the standings before we will announce the second grand finals of the day.
Yeah, there's the confirmation, Anna. Futisi, our champion, he topped the group stages. He obviously won the grand final and now has a chance to represent one of the most prestigious clubs we have in the eFootball Championship at the World Finals next summer.
Yeah, like we said, it's going to be a massive kind of statement for him because, again, in terms of his abilities, he knows that he can now. He's got plenty of months to practice. He's got plenty of months to stick his feet up. He doesn't have to go and try and do any additional qualifiers or anything like that. He knows that he's got his ticket to a world final and he knows that he's there representing AC Milan.
Guys, let's not wait any longer to witness the second grand final of the day, the mobile grand final between Lezilali and La Bobo 7.
Yes, it's time. We found one champion of Milan. We need to find a second. And it will be one of two who find themselves great friends, now turned rivals. It's La Bobo versus Jalali. Who will be the first mobile champion of the season? Jalali in the all-changed white strip with the red cursor, attacking from right to left. La Bobo from Spain in that home strip, blue cursor. Whereas we saw them earlier, it was an absolute barn burner. Plenty of goals. Something tells me this one will be a little bit closer, given what is at stake.
Yeah, it always is the way, is that the more that pressure is on, the more it kind of ramps up. And then I think here, we're going to see the best of these two. I certainly think that La Bobo, I think, has a slight mental edge. Knowing that you've scored that many goals, yes, you came out the losing side of it against Jalali, but feel as though that you know that you can get at your opponent. It's worth its weight in gold.
Yeah, despite the game earlier, I believe it was 4-3, wasn't it, in favour of Jalali. Despite the mobile games and chances coming few and far between, these two very, very clinical. So anytime it gets into a dangerous area, we're expecting them to capitalise. Here is Jalali, the man who came out on top earlier. in this exact fixture in the group stages. But don't forget, when he played against Rentau, did not go his way, and in fact went so against him that he surrendered the top of the group to his good friend Lobobo 7 here, Wes, as, well, the man we're talking about is threatening maybe to break through the lines.
Yeah, the key bit about that, which I only realised after I saw this game kick off, is that if you finish top of your group, you have the first kick. Now, granted, a lot of people might go, well, kick off, Wes, it's not that valuable. Trust me, in terms of a mentality, in terms of having that first opportunity, knowing that you have possession of the ball, it's 9/10 of the law. So if you give that ball away in that opening stage, that's on you. But you have first dibs on having the ball in the first real opportunity.
Yeah, it's also thrown me for a loop because we're so used to seeing Jalali in the home strip, having followed his group stage matches. But seeing him in the white shirt, white shorts, white socks, it's a bit of a culture shock. But it is as cagey as we anticipated here. We're 35 minutes in, and there's barely been a chance between the two that scored 7 between them in the group stages. That is how nervy and tense this affair will play out. Modric across the halfway line for Lobobo 7. Just waiting for the challenge, waiting for some backup here as well, maybe. And Kunku tries to feed his man on the overlap. Magnan called into action. It's almost half-time here, Wes. There is no minutes added on, and Jalali will be looking to try and capitalise out of his possession, but just like that, the first half ends 0-0, no shots.
Yeah, that's the speed of a mobile game that I'm actually used to, because, quite frankly, in the first game that we saw, there were stoppages galore because of the amount of goals that were scored. That has gone by in the blink of an eye, and again, I know that I tried to manifest extra time penalties in the console final, but the way that the makeup of the mobile game is, especially with how tight these games can be, if there's no goal, I would say in 90 minutes, extra time goes very, very quickly, and I think you can then get into that lottery of a penalty shootout.
I mean, this is so bizarre to see, but just purely based on the fact Jalali in game 1 against Sakti won 3-2, that's 5 goals. Against Lobobo, it was 4-3, that's 7 goals. And then, was it 4-1 against Rentau, 4-2?
Mm-hmm.
Plenty of goals were scored in his group stage campaign, but we've not seen any shots, let alone goals here in the final of mobile. We're underway in the second half. Jalali still the red cursor attacking the right-hand goal.
And as I've said to you on many of occasions, Harry, that pressure does funny things to people when they're in front of the lights.
Oh, nice double touch from Leao. And whenever you see that purple power bar, you know there's a bit of extra fizz and zing on the input, be it a cross, a pass, or a strike. First touches here of the second half for Lobobo. Of course, these two mentioned they're great friends. Sometimes it's really difficult, psychologically almost impossible, when you know at this stage your adversary is someone that you know well, but also knows you well.
Yeah, and that kind of, you know, if you're sparring partners or your training partners, it can be a detriment as much of a help. Yes, you'll pick up tips and tricks from your training partners, but the reality is, of course, is that you then know each other's game very much inside and out, and you don't really have many cards left to play when it gets to this type of occasion.
Something tells me this final could just come down to one piece of brilliance. Will it come the Moroccan's way, or will it be the Spaniard who's caught offside that will produce it? You can almost feel the tension, can't you, Wes, through the screen. It's radiating out of this final.
Yeah, I mean, you know, we've seen plenty of different things with mobile players as well. You talk about, you know, sweaty thumbs, and I know as much as people make light of it, you know, we've seen people use chalk, we've seen people use kind of like almost gloves for your fingers. There's all different types of tricks just to make sure that their inputs are pinpoint. But you could imagine just shaky hands, pressure, your heart rate spiking, your thoughts racing. There's so many different things you've got to control. And you've got to kind of almost be emotionally mature about it.
15 minutes left. And Kunku here for Gilali. Over the top towards Leao. Forces Tomori into a defensive action, and that will be a corner. Is that piece of brilliance I was alluding to on the horizon here? First real chance for us as well, Les, to look at some of the team setups we've seen throughout the group stages. Gilali's makeup, and obviously we saw Labobo as well, but it's surprising for me to almost see them maintain the same formation at this point. Maybe you would elect to change things up a bit, but I suppose the ball hasn't really gone out of play.
Yeah, I mean, they haven't really had the avenue to make any changes. I think shape-wise and organisation-wise, you know, 5-2-3 as it or 5-3-2 as it appears in the game, dependent on how far forward you push that central figure of either be Luka Modric. You can see that the difference with Rafael Leao being pushed forward, it makes it a 5-2-3, but with that makeup on mobile, it seems to be a little bit more of a formation that's becoming a little bit more in vogue. Is playing 5-3-2 or 5-2-3, because it does give you the freedom of playing attacking wing back should you want to, but you can also set your two players on, you know, I think it's defensive, so you could potentially have them hang back. There is a bit more flexibility in it, especially within mobile. You probably won't see too much in console, because I think there's a bit more freedom with your 4-3-3s, your 4-3-2-1s of the world. But I think here it's starting to become more prominent as a overpowered formation. It certainly seems to be leaning more towards a meta formation.
Definitely something to keep an eye on. I just wonder if we will see a European winner of a mobile club event finals. I'm trying to cast my mind back as to the last time we saw it. I don't think we have ever seen a European winner. I think the closest was Abduch a couple of seasons ago, of course, from Belgium. So
yeah, I think, yeah, the majority of mobile winners, it's either been through Africa and Morocco, or it's been through, you know, your Asia West or Asia East and other areas in Oceania. It's yeah, like you say, you're kind of hoping, at least from a, you know, if you have a European head on, you're kind of hoping that somebody comes through, breaks the mold, and really kind of breaks it down. And Labobo is as close as anybody at the moment.
Substitution for Milan.
he is indeed hoping to follow in the footsteps of some of those Spanish greats. Mestre, Alex Albert,
Coming on the field,
De Palma,
number 7,
Jose, et al. They're all great in their own rights.
Rabiot.
But he needs to defend this corner first,
Taking place.
and does so seemingly successfully. Rabiot is the outlet now in the latter stages of this second half of the grand final. Which way will the last chance fall? We're getting into that territory where the last chance could be the one that tells the story. 5 minutes left. Otherwise, we're heading to extra time and penalties, as we did with the console final. Penalties not needed on that occasion, of course, but extra time was on the menu.
Yeah, I think with the, as we've mentioned already, the speed in which this game ticks down, you're more likely to see the latter of those two things rather than the former. You might not see it end in extra time, you might see it end in penalties, which in and of itself is a cruel way to separate these two.
Would be cruel, but they're here for our entertainment. Gilali over the top towards Pulisic. Oh, there wasn't anyone waiting there.
2 added minutes has been indicated.
2 minutes added on. and a dangerous cross fizzed across the face of goal is met by no one.
That's got any touch on it, Harry. That's game over. Anybody there to arrive in a white shirt, that is done. Instead, we are heading to extra time.
They were ripping up the status quo. We've seen goals on goals on goals on the mobile platform in the group stages. By my count, it was around 16, 17 goals that we saw. But there is the full-time whistle, 0-0 between the two.
Yeah, nothing to separate them on this occasion.
It's very difficult in this type of environment to really understand what is going through the players' minds, because sure, you don't want to concede the first chance, but we only really saw Jalali moving the ball forward and threatening. We didn't see too much out of Lobobo, as much as I wanted to see a European eFootball mobile player for me to shout about.
Yeah, and that's the issue, is that there wasn't enough gilt-edged chances. There wasn't an opportunity to really kind of see them put their best skills, because I think pressure succumbed to both of them in that moment. I think they were under pressure. I think they felt that pressure, and it was only in the very latter stage did we see that one opportunity that went rolling across the box. And if anybody touches that, that's Jalili's title. But on that occasion, nobody tapped it in, and as a result, we'll have to see what is going to happen here between these two.
Yeah, it's crazy, and we couldn't have written it any better, because the two not only practice partners, but they're good friends. They're best friends with each other.
That's it. It's a little bit in the same fashion. It's like family and friends when you play against them. It's, you know, it's always a challenge. You know, I made mention at other tournaments that, you know, if you were playing with family members, it's, are you the best player in your house? It's the same way with your friendship group. Are you the best power? You know, are you the best in your friendship group? We don't know. Well, we'll put it to the test. Except these guys have decided, well, we'll put it to test in a really pressurized environment as opposed to behind closed doors.
I just love that they both come from such storied eFootballing countries as well. Of course, Spain and Morocco, one of which has had more success on mobile than the other, but both have really elevated the global eFootball scene within their respective countries.
Yeah, I mean, you know, it goes without saying in terms of Lobobo's kind of countrymen, we've seen plenty of them. Miguel Mestre, Jose, Alex Alguacil, the Palma, Paul Lara, former world champion. There's so many, like, kind of historically good eFootball players that hail from Spain. Of course, on Morocco on the other side, yes, they lean more towards mobile, but you have players like Ayaz Bibisk that, you know, in terms of console players, you know, you have a rich history of players that they come through at world tournaments, they come through in tournaments, and I think they surprise people in terms of what they're able to accomplish. And I think that for Morocco, I mean, similarly in real world football, I think that's a spot they're quite happy to be in. They, you know, they don't mind not having the limelight until it's too late for them, and then they have to have it. And I think players like Jalili, Tienes, and players of that ilk, I think that they will relish that opportunity of just saying, look, you know what, we'll be unassuming, we'll quietly go about our business, and then by the time you realise that we're very good, it's too late for you.
It's almost crazy to think that this is both of Jalali and Bobo's first big club event finals, because they're playing, albeit a bit of a cagey final that we just saw in the first 90, they're playing as if they've been here before, and especially with Lobobo's age in consideration, I mean 17 years of age, just truly amazing to see him play almost beyond his years and his experience.
Yeah, absolutely. And again, for it being your first event and for being your first qualification, you know, we heard from Lobobo, it was, do you know what? I just want to show that I can play. I just want to simply turn up and play. And he very much has, because he's got himself into a really strong position in his maiden event
There is a shot we just saw there, Wes, of that amazing trophy. That's what these amazing eFootball athletes have been playing for all day. Truly some incredible action we've seen throughout today. We've seen so many amazing goals. I mean, just trying to think of some of the incredible mobile goals that we've seen, and just thinking back to that roulette followed by the Chivella, and we can see some of the action we've seen throughout today. But
that was the first goal of today.
The level of eFootball that we've seen at this club of finals, it seems like every season, be it, 24, 25 or 2026, it just seems to, the bar is raised, the skill ceiling is raised as people really get to know this game even better.
Yeah, and that's it. It's a case of, although it's familiar, and although it's, it's as it's been for the last few years, there's still little tricks in the boxes that people are discovering. And like I say, it's timing. Yes, it's one thing having the ability on the sticks or the ability on your phone to produce, but it's knowing when to produce them. It's just timing. And sometimes it's the most basic of things. It's as simple as a pass and a shot. It doesn't always have to be a double touch or a roulette or a super counter. Sometimes it can be as basic as one pass in to an open gap and one shot into an open opportunity. It can be as simple or as complex as you want to make it, eFootball. But again, we've seen some wonderful just control moments there. You see a brilliant touch in the 6-yard box, and again, we've seen some quality, real quality on show from everybody, both on mobile and on console.
Yeah, indeed we have. Just seeing some of the handiwork from our club event finalists. Absolutely splendid, and you're right. I think that is what we see year on year. The game evolves, and sometimes it devolves. If you do the simple things right, you can win, just in the same way if you're able to master some of the complex actions, of which there are many in this great esport. You can really put your own spin on the game, which is amazing to see. I love to see it year on year as we await the resumption of our mobile final. Wes, I mean, Footy Fasil, we have to mention him earlier, of course, winning the console final in extra time. Congrats to him. I mean, you said it earlier, he can put his feet up now for the rest of the season.
Yeah, I mean, he has he can be a willing sparring partner for any of his countrymen that may want to, get themselves ready for future, jaunts. I'm sure the likes of, as we mentioned, Guifera, Henriquinho, the back catalogue of Brazilian e-footballers will no doubt probably be knocking on his door going, I know you've qualified now, can you maybe give us a little bit of a hand here? I mean, the likes of maybe Guifera, an ex-world champion, may not necessarily want that.
He may not need it.
He may not need it, but it's one to have in the kind of the chamber, as it were. And again, there's a great power in knowing you're able to sit there and just see everyone else kind of go out and battle for it. Instead, you have the ability that you can spend the rest of this season, in the run-up to the World Finals, knowing that your place is already signed, sealed and delivered.
And not only that, being able to represent AC Milan is a massive honour, and that is why so many players took part throughout the entire qualifying process to get to this point. It's a qualification process, Wes, that started back before even Halloween. I think it was October 24th, 25th, something like that was phase one. Very a long time ago. They've had a couple of months to wait for their moment in the spotlight. And now it is really down to just finding who will be the mobile champion. We know Footy Fasil has done his business. It's about who can complete the business on the other platform.
Yeah, and that is truly what it kind of becomes, is that you kind of get down to these final moments of the AC Milan Club Finals, and we are very much just trying to just make sure that we have everything that we need to find out who is going to almost split the difference here between, if we derive it to the nations, it's Spain versus Morocco, it's Labobo versus Jalili. Who is going to come out on top? But as you said, it's been a long old road But as we mentioned at the very top of the show, I think players are starting to get used to that format now. They're getting into that position and getting into that idea of going, right, I need to maybe sacrifice a couple of months here. Depending on what club you want to go to, or depending on what club you want to go to, or go and compete against, or go to compete for, you know what block you've got to kind of block out. You know it's about a month, give or take, or it's over a month in this case. And I think players are now smarter to it to go, yep, I need to practice from here to here. You hear a lot about sacrifice from a lot of players, and some people miss out special occasions. Some people, depends on the commitment level, they miss out on birthdays, special landmarks, all of those different things, because that's their desire is to essentially, at the end of it all, not only represent, in this case, AC Milan, they want to become a world champion. And there's only a finite amount of people on planet Earth that can say that they are a world champion within this esport.
Yes, indeed. Only a handful of people, indeed, especially where mobile is concerned. You would love to write your name in the ever-evolving history books as mobile begins to increase its tenure in the esports landscape. The regional qualifiers happened, of course, in November, so over a month ago now, as we take a look over some of the results we've seen here today throughout the console group stages. It's been a day full of surprises, really, hasn't it, Wes?
It really has. I mean, you certainly look at, I know you earmarked Takiman at the start of the day, Earthbound Playstyle again. It was a very tough console group. And I think that result at the start of the day really kind of bled into what then happened in match 3 and 4, and also in match 5 as well, because it left Takiman with a lot to do with that opening draw, but it also left Earthbound Playstyle with a lot to do. And that match 4 against Foot Easy, I think that's the one that really did the damage to him. And I think looking at that makeup of how the day played out, it just kind of, that's what we mentioned, that the first game of your day is so vital. You have to get off to a good start, because it just takes that pressure off into your second and third games.
Yeah, of course, and we saw there just briefly before we switched over to the mobile group stage results. Match 6, 5-4 between Zelo and his opponent. I mean, Earthbound Playstyle, I feel so sorry for him, because while you're right, it is about how you start. It's equally as important as how you finish. Sadly, Zelo didn't come out with the win in the final, but will have that 5-4 victory to look back proudly on, that he never gave up.
And also, not to mention as well, Earthbound was 4-3 up in that game, so he was very much on the hill. He would have been going and leapfrogging Zelo, and Zelo had to, again, dive into those depths. We talk about championship rounds, we talk about having experience, and about going to the well. It's such a sports-related phrase, but you have to summon it from somewhere, and those extra moments that he would have had in those pressure environments certainly helped him out getting through that group stage.
A big question that I think Rentao is going to hate me for. Why do you think, since he won the World Championship in 2024, we haven't seen the resurgence of Rentao? Qualified for Manchester United's club event last year, but we did not really see too much of him. He was out of the group stages then, and he also, I believe, failed to qualify for the World Finals last year. And then here he is again in Milan, still failing to find his footing. Do you think it's because he doesn't start these club event finals off strongly, as you said, and maybe just struggles to make up the ground?
I think that was certainly the case today. I think the fact that you're going into game 3 on 2 losses, and then you show your best performance in a game that didn't really mean anything. That's why I always use the phrase of when it counts. Is like, it's great being, going through qualifiers. It's great being able to, get to a club final event. But when the lights are the brightest and when the pressures are at its most, that's when you need to perform. It's great, flat track bullying your way through, but when you get to here, this is where you need your best moments. You need to be prepared. You need to be ready to go. And I just think with Rentau, it's just a bit of almost kind of deer in headlights a little bit. Is that he wasn't quite sure of which way he wanted to play. And by the time, as we said, by the time you get to it, especially mobile, by the time you get to that moment of realising it, it's too late.
It is too late. And sadly, he left it too late, as did Sakti, who, I'll be honest with you, I mean, Rentau and Sakti, the two with the most experience on the mobile platform, we expected them, we earmarked them even at the top of the show to say, this is our final to be played. We want to, you know, show these youngsters, as it were, these green players, that this is exactly why we've been here, done that, got the t-shirt, walked the walk, talked the talk. But it's the two youngsters, it's the youth, it's the revolution, if you will, that came out on top, and we did not see Sakti or Rentau get going.
Yeah, I think Sakti, by his own standards, I think he'll be disappointed with how it happened today and about how it kind of came to pass. I think, again, you know, a lot we mentioned about Indonesia as a nation. We've seen at length. We've seen the likes of Elga. We've seen the likes of Rizky Faidan. We've seen so many players come through the ranks. And you just felt like that was going to be another one to the ranks. And he just, unfortunately on this occasion, just fell short. And I think as a result, I think he'll be disappointed walking away. But again, you would expect the likes of the four players that have been knocked out today, you would expect them to be back in some form or fashion in future club events. You can almost bank on it. You know, once you have the eFootball bug of trying to qualify for things, you will relentlessly pursue it until you can pursue it no more.
Yeah, if you're just joining us, we are at the end of our AC Milan Club event finals. We are just waiting for our players. They've had a very long day, very tired. They're very excited to get things back underway. It's 0-0 at the end of 90 minutes between Jalali and Labobo. We're waiting for them to be ready to kick off extra time, and of course penalties there if we need it, Wes. It's set up perfectly well for us, and we just cannot wait for these players to be ready to show us exactly why they've made it to this point in time and at this stage of the competition.
Well, certainly, I mean, the replays you're seeing on the screen is the replay of their group game, which were incredibly finished 4-3 in favour of Jalali. But again, you know, to us as almost seasoned veterans of casting mobile games, a 4-3 scoreline in mobile is almost unheard of. In terms
so
of
many goals,
especially in 90 minutes as well. That's incredible. But I think it was really just underpinned just how much they both wanted that victory. They both wanted to go all for it. You know, they were all action. There wasn't really a case of, you know, defense. What's defense? Like, is that outside my house? No, it's the thing where you're meant to be able to defend the lead. And seemingly these two players didn't really get that memo, and instead they just wanted to go all out attack and just go for it. And again, it took to the very last moment, if memory serves me correctly, that Jalali just about edged it right in the final moments.
Yeah, I can't imagine it's a tactic that will get you very far at the World Finals, but it gives us great entertainment, doesn't it?
Yeah, I mean, if you're, as we said at the time, if you're a neutral, you absolutely loved it. You would, you know, there's been players of yesteryear in esports where they've very much 1-0'd their way to titles, or they've 1-0'd their way to prominent places in kind of tournaments. None of that on here. It was right. You're going to score? Okay, great. Oh, you're going to do a header? As you said, oh, well, I can do headers too. Like, this is what we're going to do.
It doesn't win you many fans winning 1-0 and edging out victories left and right, does it? It's the blitzkrieg players that really go through and win the plaudits and the fans and catch the eye of the viewers.
Absolutely. It's the firebrands. You know, you don't, you know, with respect, you'd never want to look to fandoms or comment sections and then just see the words boring next to your name. You don't want to see it. You never do. Instead, you want to be like, oh, that's my guy. That's my guy. That's the type of football I play at home. That's the type of football I'm seeing on a world stage. that's the type of people, that's the type of player you can get behind. And that's why we have those types of characters where if we see, Jalili as an example, if he makes it through, everyone will go, wow, what a great Moroccan representative. Oh, he's going to be awesome to watch in the World Finals. Similarly, on the other side, Lobobo, the storied history of Spain in esports. Oh, well, we can really get behind him because he just threw everything at it.
Exactly.
So it's going to be that almost underdog mentality, because you look at it and go, well, you've not been to this type of stage before, but now you get to do it. And I think that's where I think both of these players, regardless of who comes through, and regardless if you're a fan of the Rossoneri, I think they'll have earned many a fan in the neutral zone with the way that they've conducted themselves today.
Yeah, indeed they will. As we just saw there, that was the 90th minute goal that separated them in the group stages. And while we're just waiting for them to be ready for the extra time and penalties if it's needed, they've played out a 0-0 throughout 90 minutes. There was not a single shot in the first 45 of the final. It's night and day compared to what is essentially a more high-stakes game. Obviously, you're 30 minutes in-game of eFootball Mobile, maybe penalties, of booking your ticket to a World Finals.
Yeah, and I think that the reason why we saw that cagey nature was because they know what's at stake. They know exactly what's at stake here. And one wrong move, and one wrong mistake, or one wrong input, one wrong pass, and it could be lights out for you. That's how close they are. And both of these players will be in touching distance of knowing that they could take that title and then progress to that World Final.
Yeah, we can see some of the statistics from those 90 minutes. I mean, in the end, there were 3 shots. I believe that came the way of Jalali, because Lobobo was very quiet, kind of took a little bit of time to grow into the match. But, well, I can tell you now, we are finally ready for extra time. Thank you for your patience. It's as you were, 0-0 between Lobobo and Jalali here in the Mobile Grand Final. Lobobo in the black and red, Jalali in the white strip, if you had forgotten. It's been a while since we last saw this ball rolling across the virtual pitch, but we're finally now back underway. Our players are ready. And who will be the decisive victor here? And Kunku with that stunning strike attempt, that's blocked.
Yeah, it's gone for a corner. And again, you talk about like things where they've just been waiting and they've been preparing for this extra time period. We talk about it a lot in terms of adrenaline dump, is, that slight delay. How much is that going to play the part here? Because you've got to get yourself back up again and go again. And of course, you're zeroing in potentially on some extra time here, as well as that dreaded penalty shootout if it goes that far.
It cleared at the front post, and Kunku will put it back into the mixer. Jalali starting as he finished the 90 minutes. As he's the one that is on the front foot. Liao with a nice fake shot. Oh, almost in at the front post there. Manyan saves, pushes it round, and it's a corner.
Yeah, that was a big moment, a big opportunity. Still not danger gone, though, with the set piece due. It could still be a problem here.
Potentially the last big chance of the first period of extra time. Into the mixer. Cleared away. And it's 0-0 after 105 minutes of play. How do we separate these? How do we separate these two? It's not destined to go to penalties, is it, Wes?
I mean, I know one way to separate them. Just let them play all night. That'd be great. No, in all seriousness, it feels like it's very much careering to a penalty shootout. It very much feels like it's going that direction, unless there is a moment of brilliance in these final stages of this extra time period, we will be seeing ourselves a penalty shootout to decide who goes on to the World Finals to represent AC Milan.
Well, it was Huda in 2025. The year before it was Joy Boy. This year it has to be Labobo or it has to be Jalali. And something tells me they still won't be separated in the next 15 in-game minutes, whereas we have a second period of extra time to try and find that separating goal.
Coming on the field, number
Will it
12,
come,
Rabiot.
or will we
Number 7,
be forced
Diego Jimenez.
to find a winner
Substitution.
via a penalty shootout? 10 minutes left here already, whereas that's how quick the action goes down, and Labobo hasn't really had anything to write home about in the previous 115 minutes or so of eFootball mobile play. It has been all Jalali.
Maybe that's been the tactic, Harry. Maybe it's a case that it's just a case of nullify what your opponent can do, drag them into the trenches, and then spring a surprise when they least expect it.
Well, that one has trickled out agonisingly. And we may get one more big chance in the mobile final. Maybe, just maybe. Is this where Labobo will spring the trap after waiting for so long? He might just get the last attack here with the final, and Kunku forward. Rafa Leao into the box. Oh, he's beaten his man as well. It's stood up. But it is cleared, and we are headed to a penalty shootout between Labobo and Jalali to decide who will represent AC Milan. Will it be the Moroccan? Will it be the Spaniard? Either way, it will be drama.
It will. It absolutely will, as we get ourselves prepared for penalty kicks.
Of course, if I'm not mistaken, Wes, I believe on mobile you can only go left, middle or right, so we're essentially in a game of hold your nerve. Up first, it's Labobo and he misses.
That's a important save to start with from Jalali. Yeah, you're quite right. Depends on the type of controller you play. If you're playing with touch and flick, it depends on how hard you flick the screen, is how high it can go. But I think in this particular moment, as you rightly said, right, left or centre, take your pick.
Well, having just saved a penalty, Jalali tucks his one home with real confidence. Advantage to the Moroccan here in the shootout. That heaps all the pressure over to Labobo 7. That timer is ticking down. He'll have to take his penalty within that timer. Leao steps up and it's saved again.
I think even with the piece of gamesmanship, still wasn't convincing.
Well, with a chance to make it 2-0 in the shootout. Pulisic will step up here, and as cool as you like, will convert his penalty.
Yeah, it's a nice penalty there. It gives Jalali a 2-0 lead here.
No waiting this time, and Kunku stepping up neatly into the bottom left.
Yeah, Labobo finally on the board in this shootout. He's going to need a couple saves or a miss or two.
Rafa Leao down the middle and guessed correctly by Labobo. There is that save.
I was told once upon a time that it takes a brave person to go down the middle twice in the shootout. It's a very important spot kick.
Labobo to even up the shootout. Rabiot tucks it home.
Now, for those keeping score at home, Labobo does need another stop to keep himself in it. It isn't game point by any stretch, but a big save.
We'll see what Modric does at this penalty. Oh, he converts his. So Labobo needs to score, as of course he took the first spot kick in this shootout. Needs to score, and does. And from needing to score, he now needs to save Jalali on championship point here. It'll be the left foot of Rabiot to potentially send the Moroccan to the World Finals, and does so. Jalali, after a marathon day, puts Morocco back on the eFootball map. We have another Moroccan mobile champion. His name is Jalali.
Yeah, it's a wonderful, again, bit of mentality from him in the penalty shootout. Needed to convert when the moments mattered and did so brilliantly. Saved 2 penalties to start proceedings there, and that really just gave him that bit more confidence to carry it through.
Yeah, indeed. It's never fun having to step on your friend's head, essentially, to make it to a World Championship. But I hope that's not in the mind of the 22-year-old Moroccan, Zakaria Jalali. Took a long, long time to get us to extra time, as the players just wanted to make sure they were absolutely ready to proceed. But in the end, it took penalties to separate the two friends. And it's the 22-year-old Moroccan, Jalali, our East Asia and Oceania regional winner, who will represent AC Milan at the World Finals. What a story.
Yeah, he got dragged into the trenches by Lobobo, but came out the victor. That looked to be just getting into those moments, but these are the key moments, the real key moments.
It's very rare, Wes, when you miss the first 2 spot kicks in a penalty shootout, that you're able to come out and convert it into a good result. He tried his best, Lobobo. And again, 17 years of age, he will have a bright future ahead of him. But there's confirmation, your mobile champion, Jalali.
What an intense and full of suspense final, guys. Wow. And congratulations to Jalali, of course.
So much suspense, so much suspense. And when you go into extra time against a good friend, someone you know really well, there's so much pressure on your shoulders that it is the cooler head that often comes out on top. I think on the balance of fairness, Wes, based on, although it was 0-0 after 120 minutes, we saw the majority of the chances going to Zakaria Jalali's side. And the balance of fairness, you'd say maybe the eFootball gods in the end smiled upon him.
Yeah, I think so. I think on the balance of it, I mean, we saw the incredible 4-3 from them earlier on in the group stage, but I think just in that final, it was, you know, if you're talking about winning on points, you feel as though that he would have won that decision if it had gone to some judges. I think they may have just edged it towards him, but the penalty shootout told in the end. Those 2 saves in the first 2 penalties are absolutely vital. Big congratulations to the Moroccan.
So at the end of these 2 incredible finals, we can sing "We Are the Champions." No, it's not a good idea. But guys, this is a wrap of the AC Milan Club event. But the eFootball Championship 2026 continues, and more eFootball competitions by Konami, of course. So stay tuned to the eFootball channels and don't missing anything on what's to come. Harry, Wes, thank you. You were 2 top players. This is the perfect definition for you. Really thank you to livening up all the games, all the programs, as nobody knows best.
Well, thank you so much for joining us. It's great. As I said earlier, Italian flair on the wing.
Oh,
it goes
yes.
really well.
I was going to say, I've not been called a top player in a while. I'll take that. I'll take that all day long. No, we've enjoyed your company. I've enjoyed Harry's company. This has been a blast.
We'll only have to go to San Siro and to eat pizza, lasagna and calzone.
That's the one. We need to dial that in.
Okay, yes.
It's a date.
And thank you all behind your screen for following us during the AC Milan Club Finals. Thank you. Hope you have enjoyed it and see you soon. Bye-bye.
Ciao.
Ciao.